was absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. Although we don't have the best visuals, this is probably the cutest thing you will see all day. This is a male steenbok, slowly making its way through the terribly long grass. Now, I'm very excited about this afternoon because we have cloud cover for the first time in a while. So although it's still very hot, we are relishing the cloud cover. And of course, we're going to be coming to you from many different locations, not just my safari vehicle here in Djuma Game Reserve. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live safari through the African bush. Glad you are all on board with us today. Get ready to bumble on the back seats of all the different safari vehicles. So, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Who knows? My name is Lauren, and I do have Umpo on camera today. And as I mentioned, the cloud cover that I can see coming from behind us is just wonderful. So this is a steenbok, one of the antelopes that we really don't get to see too often. It's definitely a boy. There is no mistake in that. And you can see that we haven't got great visuals of it because the grass is so long. And he's now gone flat. Would you look at that? Now you can't see him at all. But what I can, you can just see him. Those tiny little horns. The sweetest of all the antelopes. Now please do talk to us. This is your live safari. We want to hear your intriguing questions, your hilarious comments, and you're welcome to chuck in a joke or two. We need them sometimes. So you can use the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. You can use @FC on the YouTube chat. You can head over to the website, go to the live safari page, register and submit your questions there. But kids, you are the most important. You are the future. After all, please do send us your questions via email, and it's kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Now, it's been an incredibly uncomfortable afternoon. We don't have that luxury that is known as aircon in our camp. So we just lie there and have warm air wafted at us from the ceiling fans. There's said to be thunderstorms on their way, but storms have been promising for the past few afternoons and never arrived. So who knows what we're in store for. And this little male here will only weigh, on average, around 10 kilograms. And this is their technique. Live alone, or be alone most of the time, and just go flat. So we have to play the game that we don't see him. We don't see you, little one. Okay, I'm going to bumble to the hyena den just on the off chance that they might be there. But for now, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a beautiful, very warm afternoon here in Tswalu Kalahari. Not a cloud in sight. I think the closest clouds to us is probably in Juma. So everyone's baking. You can see how that male kudu is just standing in the shade now, moving a little bit. He's coming from the waterhole, so I think he might go and look for a spot to lay down in a little bit, just to wait for it to get a little cooler before he starts his afternoon activities. But yeah, guys, lovely to be back on the show. My name is Moritz. Behind the camera, we've got Mr. BK. And so our plans for this afternoon is to actually go, there's a dam just close to us right now. And our plan for this afternoon is actually to go and have a look if we can see or find a male cheetah. That's one of the two brothers that we normally look for. And so he's been walking around by himself calling like crazy over the last 24 hours. And with that being the case, we are of the opinion that the other brother might be with a female busy mating. So he's not really worried about his own brother at the moment. But this single male now is feeling very alone and has been calling and looking for his brother. They will link up eventually if it is the case. There is other possibilities which we don't want to think about, something that could happen to the other male, but let's hope that's not the case. So we're going to continue driving down the road here, see if we can, we're also in the area of the Meerkat, so there's a possibility that we might even pop into the Ngala group or so, and we'll spend some time with them. They are quite nice in the afternoons now because they head towards their burrow soon, and then spend some time playing around the burrow, you know, the little ones, and clearing out the burrow systems and so on. There's a lot of food for them around, so they don't really need to spend as much time during the day looking for food. So they can spend some social time around the burrow system before they go to bed at night. But yeah, going to look for that cheetah first. We're about, I want to say, 600 meters away from where he was left this morning. So we'll just have to see if we can find him. I think I actually see the meerkats. We'll have a look now. Neil, so how many meerkat groups in Tswalu? That's a difficult one to explain for you. I'm seeing one at least at the moment. Because you see there in the shade. Just because Tswalu is so vast, and the territories of the meerkats are relatively small compared to if you have to think about something like a lion. So with that being the case, yeah, in the shade over there, I think, the thorn tree on that side. So just go one right, you can see him standing up. See him? I'm going to go a little bit forward, guys, see if we can get a better angle for the camera. There, where the squirrel is running. Did you see where he was running now? Anyway, so to answer that question, as far as the meerkat groups is concerned, is going to be a tough one because we've got 110,000 hectares. And yeah, guys, I think what we'll do is we'll move on. They're difficult now. It's in the shade and it's quite bright and so on. There you can see them running in the sunlight now. See there. There. So yeah, that is the Ngala group. It looks like they are just about to get active. But sorry, Niels, let me answer your question first. They've got a territory of maybe about 2.5 square kilometers. So with that being the case, that can be quite difficult. There's a little Cape ground squirrel running over there as well, and the meerkat's chasing him. You'll find them sharing a burrow with one another quite often because they feed on different things, so there's no real competition. But the meerkats being so full of energy, they quite often play with the squirrels, and they don't particularly enjoy that. So about 2.5 square kilometers for the meerkats. As far as, I'm just going to move back a bit again to see if those meerkats are still around. For a territory, and within that territory, yeah, I think let's move on. We'll come and get them later. Within that territory, you'll have only one group, but I mean, if you think about the vastness of Tswalu, to be able to tell you there's going to be 50 different groups or 100 different groups or over 1,000 different groups, which will most likely be the case, is going to be difficult because we don't keep track of every single group of meerkats in the reserve. We actually only follow 3 different groups: the Mukalas, the ones that we saw just now, the Khosas, and then the Rockstars. So yeah, guys, we're going to have a look and see if we can find that cheetah. Possible, hopefully he'll still be around and calling. It's quite special to see them calling like that. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's going to say hello. As soon as we find something over this way, we'll let you know, okay?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve again. We got here tree squirrels also resting in their branches. This is all about maybe checking around for safety for their own. My name is Andrew, and I have Davi this afternoon looking at the squirrels, scanning around. At the same time, probably listening, since they are vulnerable from birds, for prey, which is most eagles. A leopard would have lost a lot of energy chasing that little things.
His eyes are closing.
So its eyes are closing in there. It's pretty much of a nap though. I mean, asking if I could tell the gender. No, from this point, I cannot. Usually, female can be slightly bigger, the male slightly smaller, but otherwise, they're actually easy animal to tell its gender. But hopefully I get to tell soon. And they'd sleep in burrow in one of these tree holes in trees at night. Kerry, you're asking if the squirrel is solitary. They mainly seen alone, but they can be in pair sometimes, male and female, or they can be in group. So territory, it's kind of like a male could sometimes be mixed up with so many of a young one also within a group. So you do see 5 squirrels at the same time. So yes, either isolated or in group. So we're gonna sit around when Twin Dam, Djuma Private were left lying somewhere this morning. And I was about to check on the buffalo, but you know, the other station, they're going to go check there.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird. We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard. In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere. But one good thing was we found WildEarth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that a distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
we get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website, but once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
So yeah guys, we've managed to locate on the first things with spots. Luckily there's a beautiful big group of giraffe in the area, which also helped us a little bit more to, they're like watchtowers. So they'll always be an indication. If there is a predator around, you'll find at least one of them looking in a certain direction. You can see how that one is staring at actually the one coming towards them now. But yeah, just stunning to have these giraffe around. A lot lighter in color than what you'd find in like Kruger or so, in Juma or in those places, just because we've got a much more open environment, so you don't really have that much cover as far as big trees is concerned for them. So being light in color, it absolutely makes sense to, on a warm day like today, be able to reflect as much sunlight away from their body as possible, so that their body doesn't absorb all that heat. But also, as you can imagine, with us having the sandy dunes and so on, it helps a lot to blend in with the environment. The background will be more of a yellowish sandy color, even when the grass starts turning golden. That's just during the midsummer parts of the year where it's nice and bright green out here, where they'll be a little more exposed as far as their camouflage is concerned. Not that they utilize their camouflage that much. They're so big they stick out everywhere. But yeah, they have managed to help us to locate on what we were initially looking for, and that is that male cheetah just over there. You can see he's looking very flat and very lazy at the moment. As you can imagine, guys, with him walking around, since yesterday afternoon, calling and searching for his brother, he would have done so right throughout the night, most likely, and early this morning as well. So his battery is flat. I think he might be a little hungry as well. So I think we'll spend some time with this guy this afternoon and see if he doesn't want to, even though he is feeling lonely, he's still going to need to hunt at some point. It's tough to say right now how hungry he is because he's so flat. So as soon as he stands up, then we'll be able to get a better idea of how thin his belly is and whether or not he is going to focus on looking for something to hunt. But even if it's not the case, just to be able to spend some time with this guy is incredible. Pemba, so good question. Male cheetahs don't always go on their own when mating. More often than not, you'll find that whichever coalition finds a female that's an estrus, they'll engage in like communal mating with the female, taking turns and harassing the female quite a bit. It's quite an emotional time for the female when it comes to the mating process. So I've actually seen videos of where there's 4 male cheetahs that all mate with one female at the same time. One coalition, all mating with the same female over a period of days. So this is an interesting development. It's not uncommon, but you will find that they sometimes go off by themselves. Sometimes you will find them joining one another in the mating process. These two brothers, it is actually quite odd to have these two brothers split up, if that is the case. Like I said earlier, there's a very strong possibility that it's not even the case, because no one has been able to locate on a mating pair or on the brother for that matter. It's nice and open where we are right now, but where they went in, or where his tracks went in, it's thick, long grass. So there's a very good possibility that he might be all by himself, maybe a little injury, or well, we're hoping not anything worse than that. But like I said, you'll find them going either ways, either going off mating by themselves, or you'll find them as a coalition mating with the same female over that same period of days, because they share the same genes. You know, most often when you find a coalition of cheetahs, whether it be 2 or 4, or sometimes I've heard that the largest one I've heard of was 8 male cheetahs together. They will most likely be brothers and half-brothers of one another. So the gene pool within or amongst one another there is so similar that they don't really mind having their brother or their half-brother as a father of the cubs of the female that is also operating in their area. So it's not like lions where, well, it is like lions, but it's not like, not a case of a completely unrelated male mating with a female, her then moving to another area of another male, and when she gives birth, that male is going to want to kill the cubs to cancel out other genetics. Because they share the same mother and father most often, you'll find that they don't really mind sharing the mating rights. However, if it is the case in this particular instance, you'll find that, well, probably that male was a lot more dominant than this guy at this moment. Maybe he, the one that we're looking at, recently recovered from a little injury and still needs to regain a little bit of condition before they are going to be more or less the same strength. And because of that, he was just so much more dominant that he took everything for himself. So yeah, guys, we're going to spend some time with this cheetah, see if he wants to pop his head up. If not, we'll maybe make a turn by the waterhole, see what's going on over there. It's not too far away. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew.
Of course, indeed, we got a brief visual of the female comb duck. I'm going to try reposition here, see if we can get another visual. That the female, she's got all the babies there with her. Just didn't want to get close to them because sometimes they get frightened. As you can see, they are really all spread around back in there. So looking at the female, and noble duck, comb duck. It's a lot of her chicks. I think the male's different, much paley white, and then it's got a little knob that is growing right to the top of the beak. And that knob, it's sometimes swallowed up like very expand tissue that in the mating season. But not a mating season, it's just slightly that you can tell it's a male. So it's probably around maybe 8 chicks or maybe 9 around here. Are they asking if they're native to South Africa? Yes, they're well spread around pretty much in Africa. And they are pretty much a lot of them this time of year due to a wet season. And of course, in the winter, and that's where we don't have them. So they tend to follow a wet season around wherever it's plenty of water, wet, raining. And they will more depend on water more than Egyptian geese. There's quite a lot of chicks. I count more than 10 over here. Gracie, you say this is a new species for you. That's so cool. It's very great to hear that. We don't often come across them, especially with the chicks. You gotta have a lucky like we just did now. I've been driving past this watering hole here. Maybe they were somewhere else, and then today they're here. Probably tomorrow they won't be here, so depend on their diet. If they find enough food, they will stick around more. Just gonna roll forward a bit so we can maybe get to see the whole of them. Where they can submerge sometimes come out to the other side. This is when they are attacked. Cressida, you're asking if all of them are females. It's actually quite early to actually identify from male to female in all of them. So they're only going to change colors as they grow up, pretty much. Now they all just look like they're not even in the mother's colors yet. They're still on their youngest coat, fairy. So yeah, I mean the males, like we just talked a little bit earlier, that they had a little swallow in the top of the beak. That when they're fully growing up. So all these are just still young, able to tell is very difficult. But maybe 5 months later, definitely we'll be able to tell. So you see them printing quite a lot. Their feather, fixing their feathers and all that. It's because they come out of the land. This is when they need to search for any growth, shoots, grasses. and there's quite a lot of parasite they bring into the water, and every time these parasites get wet, it kind of like moves so much, and they can feel that because of the water disturbing these fleas, all of that parasite, and that's how you see them preening and all. Sure, yeah, looks they're all going in reverse. So I'm going to carry on, set around here. I'm going to be sending you across to Moritz.
So yeah, guys, not too much activity as far as the cheetahs or this cheetah is concerned. You can see there's a little bit of a flick of a tail every now and again. He lifts his head, as a rule, they're two together. So at the moment, he's going to feel much more vulnerable. Even though he's the dominant male in this area, along with his brother, there's still so many things that can be a threat to a cheetah. So he's going to spend a lot of time having to look around because he doesn't have the backup of his brother at the moment. But we did just receive an update that earlier this afternoon, there were apparently 5 cheetahs seen around the stables. So Rusty, our stables manager, is actually just having a quick look and see if he finds something. If he does, or if he doesn't, regardless of the fact. But if he does, it makes our lives so much easier. If he doesn't, we'll definitely still go and have a look and see if we can see where the tracks are going and so on. Because, if there's one thing that's better than one cheetah, it's 5. So if we manage to locate on those guys, it's possible that might be a mother with 3 cubs and then this one's brother that's busy following her around because she's ready for mating or so. The female cheetahs will mate with the males, even though they still have cubs with them at the end of the raising period or the parental period of the cheetah cubs. Even though they're still with the mother, that she'll fall into estrus again and be ready for mating or allow the mating process to happen because her body is now ready to reproduce again. Also, those cubs are most likely then at a point where they are ready for the world by themselves. Carmen, yes. So for the cats, typically, with the cheetah, you'll find them laying with their heads up on their shoulder quite often. And that's just purely because of the fact that I just mentioned just now. With them being the weaker one of the large cats in any environment, they have to spend a lot of time being aware of their surroundings. It's not like a leopard or a lion that can, literally relax and sleep just like a log. They have to constantly be on the lookout or listen or smell for danger coming. But occasionally, or once they've, grown accustomed to their environment, which they are in at that very point, and they know that there's no real threat around, you'll find them lying flat like that. As you can imagine, it's much more comfortable sleeping the way he's doing right now, even though there's a fly bugging him around his ear. Much more comfortable sleeping with your head on the ground than having to keep it on your shoulder the whole time. I think your neck is going to have a couple of sore muscles if you had to sleep like that all the time, on the shoulder. So whenever they can, they'll lie flat like that, and then that's when they're properly resting, sleeping like a baby. So, yeah, guys, I think what we are going to do is, whilst this guy is looking like a log, we might move on, go and have a look at the waterhole, maybe move towards the stables area, see if we can find those other cheetahs, see if they don't have a little bit more action going on. But seeing as this guy is relatively static, Lauren just found something that's on the move, so we're going to send you over to her, hey?
nothing is moving. We've actually got a fantastic view of this very relaxed warthog family. And they're really, really not on the move, which is so unusual because warthogs out here, they flee. I have no idea how many times we tried to put warthogs on the camera and they flee, but this particular family is a mother and two little piglets are extremely relaxed. Very habituated, and you can see she's down on her wrist joints. And, oh no, that's the piglets. Sorry, Impo. I need my glasses. But the adult, if we look at the adult, she's down on her sort of wrist joints, if you like, which is very common for warthogs, with their bottoms up in the air, and they're trying to dig. They're trying to dig for all the things that may be underground, such as bulbs, tubers, any sort of shrubs, or even fruits that have been buried underground. Got a lovely little blacksmith lapping in the background, wanting some attention. Now, with the tusks of a warthog, Marianne, warthogs will use termite mounds. Absolutely, and that's what you've got to be very, very careful of when you're on bushwalk. You do not want any sort of warthog threat running at you, and I'm about to tell you why. But they do use burrows, they do have burrows, and they do use disused termite mounds. And that's where they sleep at night. And you call them a warthog burrow. But warthogs have tusks, as you can see. There's an upper set and there's actually a lower set. And it's just a modified canine tooth, really. And the upper ones are said to reach sort of anywhere to about 60 centimeters. Now that's 2 ruler lengths. That's very long. And they are the visible ones. But that's not the danger. This is a sort of upper canine tooth from a warthog we can take a closer look at. It's the lower ones that are the danger. They don't grow as long, so that's why you don't really see them. They only grow to about 13 centimeters, and they're very, very sharp and pointy, and these are the ones that will cause serious injury if a warthog was to charge you and crash right into you. So I'm just going to put this flat for you, Impo. You can zoom in nicely and see the structure of the tooth. So it's really just a modified tooth, and any tooth of the mammalian variety really consists of your basic enamel, dentin, the pulp tissue, if you like, and this is exactly what the tusk is. It's got all the same layers as our teeth, give or take. They just grow extended, they grow outwards, out through the mouth. And the upper ones, which is what this is here, is really, really not the threat. It's the lower ones when it comes to warthogs. The warthogs are still here. Jolly good. We can take a look at them. They're still digging. Something must be very, very delicious down there. But you'll only really see the lower ones when the warthogs open their mouth. Roger, the tusks really do protect them in so many ways, and it makes them also look a little bit more formidable. And that's why the youngsters, the piglets, I'm not sure if we're going to get a view, that's why they have those sort of tufts of white hair coming out the side of their face to make it look like they've got these adult tusks, which they haven't. And so the appearance makes them look very formidable. The lower tusks that you can't see, they really are weapons, defense weapons. They really can sort of protect themselves using that, and they run. They're really, really expert little runners on their short legs, and that's their main defense, is fleeing. And when they do flee, they put their tails up. So you can see this is swooshing from side to side right now. But when danger is present, they erect their tails. And it's quite comical. It almost looks like our antenna on the vehicle. But it is quite common. And it's said that this is actually an involuntary muscular reaction. and it's due to the animal getting a fright and running away. So that's when you see them putting their tails up. But it's not for communication. It's not a signal. It's said to be really involuntary and they can't help it. But of course, to their offspring, it probably acts as a follow me sign. So in terms of protection, the tusks are the main weapon of defense. Other than that, you've got to flee. And they use their burrows for protection at night time. I see this family of warthogs all the time. It's definitely the same ones. Extremely relaxed. Okay, Empor, you ready to continue bumbling around Chitwa, see what else we can find? I keep trying to check Chitwa for signs of Tandy and Mareebs, but I have a sinking feeling they're spending a lot more of their time on Torchwood. I've gone from Chitwa to Torchwood, but I really will scratch around for them. Okay, while I bumble, we're going to send you guys across to Andrew.
Right. Great, everybody. So we now arrive here on the Juma Pride. See a beautiful pour of them there. And it looks like they actually haven't moved. This is where Lauren directed me. And this is where they left them this morning. And they haven't changed position, and they're actually painting. Looks like they probably eaten last night. Not sure what it is, what it was. So it's quite humid. Sorry, can you repeat the question for Mike again? So Mike, you're asking if they would be active later in the evening. With a full belly, they would maybe less active. One thing they will do, probably going to go to drink first. A water hole there's a water hole between them where we stop with this dog. And then this is where they're going to drink, or either drink along the road. There's a lot of ravine around here. So when they're full stomach, they won't be active so much. They would be, but they're not like when they're hungry. Then it's different there. But they are pugilistic animal. Hyena, so you're asking if they any relative from the Talamati Pride? No. So in Juma, they're the actual first pride to come to this area. And if I'm not mistaken, it was around 2006, 2007 there. And the Talamati, they were already exist up in the far east in the Kruger National Park where they came from. But this is before they make their way to this side. and they are not related. They share males, which is a walker males, which is dominating the two pride, but they're not related any chance. There are opportunistic animal lions. So it happens if by chances they will maybe kill again, and they won't delay hunting if it's possible. If there's a prey species around, they will look to hunt. So they are a nocturnal animal, but they can move during the daylight. It's getting humid, cloudy out here. But I doubt if they would be able to move in this kind of weather, cloudy, humid. They're gonna probably wait for a temperature to drop down, and they will move around from there. Could I say asking if you understand, well, can the male challenge their fathers? So what is happening when the males reproduce with the pride, the young males, at some point they gotta be independent when they go to an older age or bigger age of around 3.5 years, 4 years. As a young male, they have to move out of the pride, give the father, or the father will probably push them away. Otherwise, if he doesn't, then of course there's a challenge there. You won't control them. They will probably push him out. But just to make sure that doesn't happen, you would make sure you push them in that age, so they will probably get used to be out of their mothers. So they weren't going to be challenging him. Once they're out, they're nomadic males, they will go somewhere else where it's another bride. But for them to establish or started to dominate, it's going to take, depending on how many stronger males are out in there, it can take a while. When the age of 4 years, are still actually young to be able to hold up territory strong together, unless if they're 5 males and 6 males. So I'm going to stay put to this bride. Hopefully they got to do something while we are around.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is a pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Cool, we're still here, sitting with our sleepy lions. We only see about, is it 5 maybe around here? They're probably spread around in this wood. It's so cool because we don't have to off the road. They're just next to the road. A lion can spend its time sleeping 18 hours maybe, and then conceive a lot of energy for that, especially when they're hungry. When they take that sleep, and they have a lot of energy when they get up, when it's cooled off, evening. And they will do hunt around. Sophie, you're asking if males participate in grooming with members. He can, especially if he picks up the female that she's in estrus. And then he would probably engage in her. A lot of time you would actually advertise himself to her by licking her around, grooming her around, but in turn he might actually get groomed by that female. Cubs also, when they're young, they play around him, especially when he's sleepy. He may yell at them because sometimes they will be annoying him while he's taking a nap. But yeah, that will happen. So I'm gonna see if I can stay with these lines, otherwise hopefully drive around, and I'm gonna be taking you to a lorry with something to shore.
I think I lied to you, everyone, earlier on when I said the steenbok was going to be the sweetest thing you'd see all day. I lied. This is the sweetest thing you're going to see all day. It's a very young Nyala. Oh. Would you look at that? Now, after a 7.5 months gestation period, and Nyala's going to give birth to one. And look how small it is. It doesn't look completely stable on its feet. Look at all the dragonflies. Can you see that, everyone? The dragonflies buzzing around the ground. No? Lots of lovely flexibility there. That coat is just striking, disruptive markings. To us, it's very, very visible. But if you're a predator looking at this individual through the thicket, it really does break up the body outline. Now, Nyala actually have really small hooves, believe it or not, for their body size. Especially when you compare to impala or kudu. The size relation of the hooves to the body size is quite significant. And if you watch them very carefully, they register. And what we mean by registering is that when you lift your front leg, the back leg is going to sort of stand in the exact same spot where your front leg was. If you just watch them very carefully. And this is called registering, and it basically reduces the amount of noise made with each step, so that they can just quietly navigate the bush without attracting any attention to themselves. Oh, another black-spotted lapwing. We can't escape you. And you can see in the back there, that's a young male. Alan, you're 7 years old, and yes, they do look like they've been painted on, but of course they're not. And the males and females look drastically different. They really don't look similar. But you can see, I've lost him now, but that one on the right impo, yes, he's got very, very small horns. So he does look, oh, we've got a warthog in the background too. Everybody's here. So the Nyala with the small horns looks like the females now, but as he gets older, and he becomes sexually mature, he's going to look very, very different from the females. But you can tell he's a boy straight away because he's got horns. They've also got spots at the back. Can you see that? Got stripes and spots. But this one is very young. It's nice to look at a herd of Nyala. I mean, we regularly see impala, of course. Lots of kudus around right now. But it's nice just to spend a little bit of time with Nyala for a change. Our camp has turned into what one would call a retirement village. The older Nyala bulls are... well, they've just decided to come to our camp and never leave. They sit next to our dinner table to get shade, and they don't even move for us. They're very, very relaxed and extremely comfortable in camp. Very alert, though. They have to be. they don't have a sort of strict herd life. They live in what we would call temporary associations. So they can just join up with one another, members of their own species, and then depart again whenever they feel like it, and then join up again, and then depart again. Very social. The only real bond is between mother and their calf. Diane, absolutely, a tale is a tale. It's prevalent through the animal kingdom. And within Nyalas, they're mainly using it for two reasons. It's to protect the genitalia. It's very important from all sorts of pests and insects out here. So they will use it as a fly swatter, which is why it's constantly swooshing, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. We're in summer and insects are everywhere. But also as a follow me sign, which we talk about regularly. This little calf is tiny. And if all the adults were to run right now because they think there's a threat approaching, this calf would struggle to see the adults, especially mom. So the tail acts as that constant beacon, if you like, that they can follow. And that's why normally it's always black or white. Be it lions, be it leopard, waterbuck, impala, they've always got a black or white tail. I would say most tails of the mammal variety out here will function essentially as a fly swatter, or to protect the sensitive regions. And like any other antelope, they're born ready. They're born ready to rock and roll, hit the ground running. They're born remarkably precocial. They can't afford to be altricial. They can't afford to be weak and blind and helpless and kept in dens. No, far too many predators for that. Okay, I'm going to continue scratching around Chitwa, see what other sweet things I can find for today. I'm going to send you across to Andrew with the Djuma Pride.
Of course, we still got a pride of lion still lying down here. Now, when Lauren mentioned about the follow me sign on the animals, which most antelope, they would use tail to let the others know where they're going. Lion also would have follow me mechanism. When they move in prides, it helps them to see one another. Those that have cubs help the cubs follow behind. But mainly for nocturnal, it's black. For lions, they have a black behind the ears. Tip end of the tail, it's black as well. It's amazing how these two just slept like that. And you're asking if there is any inbreeding in the pride. So I think it's not happening in this pride. They have a Voca as a dominant males And then here within this pride, there's quite a lot of other that we don't see now. It's quite a lot of juveniles, probably in the thicket at the moment. It's quite a lot of young males, but these young males, when they're grown up, to avoid that inbreeding. So this is when the mother won't like them anymore, and the father also would probably push them off, and they will move off politely. Or otherwise that can happen if they stick with the pride not to move off. Because age of 2.5 years, they're already starting to give trouble to their mother. So this is when the mother realized they're old enough to move out of them, be on their own. So it's not actually good for pride to get into a situation where there is inbreeding. And there is not actually crossbreed between the lions in the wild out here and the leopard, or for example, a cheetah or anything else. So they're just lions. Leopard is a leopard, cheetah is a cheetah in the wild. They just close their eyes. But hearing, it's phenomenal, very strong. One ear is actually on the ground permanently when they lie down on the floor like this, and the one is up. It's twitching every time. So anything that moves about, footstep, there would probably vibration would be heard from them. They were just going to raise their heads, look around. Alrighty, so you're asking at what age the lions leave the pride. And assume, probably we're now talking about the male. The female remain in pride. And the young males would probably leave their mother. Anything from 2.5, 3 years, they would start to be forced to get out. By age of 4 years, they already moved out, but maybe not yet dominating any prides. They would be just in nomadic male and move around together until they feel stronger, that when they're grown up stronger, then of course they can challenge for any competition of a domination. So it's so important that the whole pride work together very well in pride. And they have to rely on the males that are dominating here. So I seen even that it happens when the males, he has a lot of challenge. Other male comes from nowhere It'll probably help a little bit to fight off, to keep their males within a pride, especially when they have cubs. Of course, they know the situation like that could lead their sibling to get killed by arrival males, unknown males. That's why when that male lost the fight, that bride has to make sure they stay hide or move out of that area as far as they can in order to raise their baby, if they could, somewhere else. So I'm sure I'm gonna move around here. We'll keep on checking this bride. I don't think they're gonna do much for now, but we'll be checking with them. I'm gonna be sending it across to Lauren.
Would you look at this beaut? I love it when you see monitor lizards moving. Slowly but deliberately. Clawed feet gives them traction on land. This one's looking for food. Tasting the air. You see that forked tongue? The tail just trailing behind because he's not in the water. Magnificent. They will eat almost anything. I think he'll pop back out again, though.
I'll be leaving Miss Ngala for now.
It's Andrew. Oh, come on, Mr. Monitor. Or Mrs. It's terribly difficult to tell with reptiles. Let me just go forward and see if info can get on the phone. Sorry, Gwen, one more time with that question. Let me know if you can see him at any point. Frederick, you are asking about their most powerful weapon. Is it their tails? Yes, one of their weapons, if you like. We can see them, but we can give you a beautiful view of Chitwa Dam. Yes, they can thrash their tails and whip them round very, very fast, so it can smack the predator in the face, if you like. They've also got an extremely powerful bite, and since they're very, very territorial, you can see all the hippos here, if another male encroaches upon their space, they absolutely will bite one another. Incredibly powerful bites, powerful tails, and claws. Very, very sharp claws. So really, you don't want to be another monitor lizard and get yourself in trouble. But they will thrash their tails furiously. Got lots of muscles in there. And of course, that is immediately going to deter anything that's trying to approach it. Their bite is described as bulldog-like. Which means they don't release. They bite, clamp down, and do not release. They're also very smart. They do something known as thanatosis, and that's sort of the scientific word for feigning death. So they will pretend to be dead. If that's going to help them out of a tricky situation, they will pretend to be dead. And if you really want to get into your question, Frederick, I know you're going to love this part. They're also known to do something called, well, what they do is they eject the contents of their cloaca, which is the genitalia of reptiles, and it's also known as a rectal opening, and they will release all of these contents if a predator is coming up from behind. So this immediately disturbs the predator because they're chasing the monitor lizard, and all of a sudden the contents of the reptile opening are pouring out, and therefore it completely throws the predator off. It disturbs them, and the attention will be focused on whatever has just came out of the body, which means that the water monitor lizard then run off. So it's almost like a distraction technique, if you like. And they'll go straight for the water. So there you go, Frederick. All the weird and wonderful techniques or defense of a monitor lizard. We've got the kingfisher impo. You see the dead sort of tree that's sticking out in the middle of the dam? If you just look at the short stump on the left-hand side, you'll see a black and white bird, and this is the pied kingfisher. One of my absolute favourites. Would you look at that? One of the actual kingfishers that really do fish. It's very misleading, calling them kingfishers and not all of them fish. And from this angle, it looks like there's a double breast band. Yes, there is. And that means it's a male. We've got a male pied kingfisher here. I wonder if he's going to fish. That would be so incredible to see. Jackson, not necessarily. They go for the very small fish. And of course, taking a fish out of water is already going to slowly start killing the fish. They will clamp down with their very large beak and throw it down the gullet. So I don't believe it's dead every time. But you sometimes will find birds sort of smashing the prey in their beak against rocks or woods or whatever substrate they're on in order to kill the animal before they swallow it. But we've actually watched the pied kingfishers swallowing the fish, well, as it's still thrashing around. Which gives me the heebie-jeebies. Come on, Mr. Kingfisher. You're hungry. I know you are. And very, very soon we're going to obviously lose our woodland kingfishers. Chip, chirr. The iconic sound of summer will soon disappear. We'll all be able to sleep now. Now, they don't solely eat fish, the pied kingfishers. They will also snack up on crabs, insects, both aquatic and terrestrial, even prawns in specific areas. But of course, fish, that's the ideal thing on the menu. Oh. Well done, Impo. Okay, he didn't fish, but still, he flew. I think he had a little bath en route. To cool down. Now, this is quite an iconic tree in the middle of Chitwa, and you can see behind all the buffalo weaver's nest. Very messy, large structures of the buffalo weavers. Okay, I believe there are actual buffalo very close to our camp, not buffalo weavers. So as I enjoy watching this pied kingfisher take a bath, we're going to send you across to another location.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, It's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an early bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now.
I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
The bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Cool, so we now stop looking at these beautiful young marula trees, or that elephant looks like recently had a damage in it by debug. But it looks like it's done all around, so that tree probably is going to dry off in future. Because it would know the water transportation up will be some transportation right now, but later on then it's not going to be, resulting in tree dry off to the top, also maybe to the bottom. So by doing this, they would probably collect the combium layer, which the bark, it's just mainly thrown on the floor, and the combium layer, this is the one they need, which is juicy. So they do this in quite a few different species of trees, not only marula, as well as acacia, knobthorns, one of the trees we have in this area, but many of the other trees as well. So look, you want to know if this tree will survive after this damage. Not for a long, so it would be okay the whole maybe entire year. With marula, it's one of the tree out here where they sustain for maybe long, but eventually will die. If that happens, it looks like the whole side has been debarked, so there's no such storage for transportation of the water up across. Would be for now, but later once that part is dry off, it's going to dry, the wood is going to dry off inside. So yes, that will be resulting in tree dry or die. So, but marula tree is one of the trees actually in South Africa. We use it in the village quite a lot. When you have a problem with diarrhea, peel the bark, boil them, drink more special for the young kids. When you're out in the bush also, you can use the bark. When you had these hairy caterpillars, worm, each in your body, and then you peel the bark, you just rub or apply to that area. But that also work with, as well as a false marula, which we also have around here in this area. So I'm going to carry on and search around here, see if we find anything else. I'm going to be sending you across to Moritz on also who they are on a search around.
Alrighty guys, so we've located on the tracks of the cheetahs that they saw this morning. Apparently it was early this morning when some of the staff came.
Sorry about that technical issues. So yeah, we still got us here. We're also going to be bumbling around, checking if there's anything that line they're going to hunt later on after when they move around there. We're also going to go check on them later on, see how they're doing. Now maybe it's only the pride that we have, and the Talamati pride, they're probably up north or possibly in Nyala Game Reserve. And now this morning we got a herd of buffalo which is far apart from this line, so we're just going to see how they're going to plan on going close to this buffalo. I'm going to be sending you across to Moritz again, who they also on a search. Get used to it. Sorry about that, everyone. It's probably technical issues happening in the bush. So, well, anyway, you still got us. We're also on the bamboo still, checking a few roads, see if we spot anything around here. Where prey species, they're more likely to be happy move around during the course of the day, with the daylight like this. And then at night, some they would avoid walking into thick bush. They would get around, sleep for the night. Not a proper sleep, but watch out the whole night. Yeah, what you're asking, when the winter come, with the nocturnal animals comes a dino. No, so nocturnal is a nocturnal, and the day animals is a day animal. But you know that vegetation is going to be different though. And then I think it's going to be better for dino, especially prey species, because now they already have access to see far away enough. Where who's happy now, it's the lions and the leopard, because they gain access through thicket. This is how they get close to these prey species. So yeah, there's no change there. But we understand something about being nocturnal. It's nocturnal that you sometimes see them move also during the day when it's cooler off. But they hate doing that because of losing so much of energy when they continue over and over, not to rest during the day. But prey species don't move at night much. Those would move when it's okay, where they have to, but they mainly remain in an area where they have chosen to be, but on a lookout. Greg, so you're asking when last have I seen giraffe? So I haven't seen giraffe in a while. So it's now I'm running nearly 2 weeks. I haven't seen one. I've seen tracks, which they're around, but maybe hardly to be seen. And I've been checking places where I know they're more likely to be around, but I haven't come across them yet. They are around. Just gonna listen to that bird quickly. Take a moment of a silence here. You're asking which bird we started to hear them calling during the winter. So, at night, it's quite a lot of these fiery neck nightjars. And those actually don't migrate at all. And the Mozambique nightjar as well. There's one you're able to hear them at night. Spotted eagle owl, pale spotted owlet, where you also see them this time of the year, wet season, but also winter, they're around. So when we stopped here, it was a cocky franklin that was very much alone, making sound, but it stopped. And again was a black-headed oriole, but from way distances. And we had a go-away bird for the last. There also was on communication about, because when it gets to very much slightly dark, most birds have to communicate. This is where they will know where the other partners are. For the next day, they're mobile again, they will do the same. So all will just stop, and then we're just going to carry on. So still talking about that, most birds that makes a lot of sound at night, crowned lapwings and these black Smith lapwing. Oh, we've got a beautiful lilac-breasted roll right now. Hope to stay there. We're looking at the fully growing lilac-breasted roller sitting on a little thinner branches, probably on its hunt. There's such an incredible eyesight from that height. We're able to see any little movement off it goes. It's gone. We'll find another one. Clay, so you're saying under its beak looks like a little beard. Does look like a little beard. That bird and the drongo, they do show a little bit of kind of beard that they have around their beak. I've got an emerald spotted with dove, look, on the road. So it's got a beautiful emerald spotted in its back. It's probably aware of us. So I'm going to move on, leave this bird, and it's probably forage around here. I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren, who she's also on a bumble.
I'm actually at the hyena den once again. It's cooled down a lot. Hello. Well, we definitely have an adult. I think we have Miss Intima. Using den number 1, might I add. I check both. Lots of strange movements in the hyena den dynamics right now, but it looks like Mama Intima is here with little Bubba. Happy days. Why did you move dens, Intima? Oh. Now this actually happened when Corky was matriarch. They started running between the 3 dens. We've got 1, 2, and 3. And they're all sort of, perpendicular to one another, really. And this is not a good thing, because there's such a large range of ages amongst the cubs. Of course, Ngwazi and Shimbulu are now a year. They're a lot more mobile, they're big, and then you get the little ones like Intima's baby, that we think could possibly be a boy, but definitely not confirmed, who try to follow them. And they're the ones, of course, that won't make it, although it's really not a great distance between the dens. There's a lot of ground to cover if you're the size of Intima's baby. The grass is long. You might take the wrong path, end up somewhere you shouldn't. And the clan suffered a lot of loss last year. Swana, Plonk, just to name a few. And of course we really don't want that to happen again. There's 7 cubs. And we want them all to grow up. And of course the females are going to add to the pool of females that we have. So Navella, Braveheart, and Gingirika. I wonder if they're possibly at den number 3. It's so lovely to see you guys. Monica, not much. A sperm supply and numbers, and that's really it. It's possibly a little bit unfair, but really not much. It's a female-dominated society. It's all about the females. And of course, they've evolved unique genitalia, which gives them the control when it comes to mating. And they are the ones that have the hierarchy. With males, it's slightly different. They do have their own hierarchy, but it's definitely not based on the same social status as females. They have to be submissive to females. They have to bow down. And really, it's best for them to disperse when they reach dispersal age and join another clan. It's not going to be easy. They're probably not going to treat you very nice for a long time, but that will give you ample mating opportunity when they decide to trust you enough. But really, the role of males is not much, I'm afraid. overjoyed to see activity at this stand, so I'm just going to sit here and enjoy.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Juma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Alrighty guys, so we spoke earlier about the giraffe often helping us to locate some of the predators. Now, as you can imagine with giraffe, their most valued sense is absolutely their sight. Because they're so tall, they always want to see what's going on. You can see how this guy is paying very close attention to something. Actually walking a little bit closer. They often get themselves into trouble, actually like that with the lions and so on, because they're so curious. They walk closer and closer if they see something suspicious, and then they eventually end up getting too close to something like a lion. But in this case, it's actually looking at some cheetah. So I'll show you now. There you can see the one. There's actually, well, from what we could see, we've seen 4 so far, but the reports from this morning was that there was 5. So they are tucked in deep into the thick stuff to the right hand side of where this cheetah is there in that bush that you can see right now. But they are flat. They're not too comfortable with us like being 20 meters away, so we're giving them a little bit of space. But yeah, I mean, they're close enough to have an excellent sighting as well. We did end up tracking them for quite some time, you know, out here tracking, especially now. Trucks going over the road is a big plus point for us to be able to locate or to have a possible direction for which animals we're traveling because of the grass being so long, not necessarily in the area where we are right now, but in general around Tswalu. That cheetah is actually walking to, yeah, there we go. Look at how beautiful that is. Cheetah with a golden lining. He's actually waking up some of his friends now, or her friends. Looks like a female. But yeah, to come back to the tracks, very important for us as well, right throughout the year. Tyler, so that here in Tswalu, they've got a relatively good success rate as far as raising their cubs is concerned. Obviously, there is always elements that will be a determining factor. Something as simple as a snake being close to the den site where the mom chose to hide her cubs while she goes out to hunt and so on. So typically out in the bush, you'll have a 20% success rate for cheetah cubs, from being born to reaching about 2 years. So only 1 in every 5 will do so. But okay, that's not in every litter's scenario. Sometimes you'll find that a mother chose a den spot badly and she loses all of her cubs in a single night because the snake just bites all of them, or a hyena comes across them and kills them, or things like that. As soon as they get past that stage where you have a den site scenario, when they get big enough to be able to follow the mom wherever she goes, only hanging back when she's hunting and so on, then the chances already get a little bit better. Then it's most of the time maybe 1 cub or maybe 2 cubs let's talk about, let's say, a litter of 4. 1 or 2 cubs that might get a bad injury or get killed by a lion or something like that. However, here in Tswalu, as soon as they go over that stage where they are relying on hiding to be in a den site when the mom's not around, their chances improve significantly more than what you'd find with, let's say, Kruger. The cat population, large cat population in general, is much higher than what we have in the Kalahari, purely because of the fact that there's more general game, so there's more food for more cats to be around. So out here, they don't encounter dangerous elements as much as what you'd find in the Lowveld. But here there's other challenges again. It's extremely hot, it's extremely cold during winter, it's dry. All of those things also play a determining factor. So if I had to put an exact percentage on cheetah cubs from the day they're born to, let's say, they reach independence in Tswalu now, probably about 50% is, I think, a good estimate. We had a case of a female starting out with 5 cubs, and they were doing really, really well up until about a year's age. And that's also a very dangerous time for them, because then they're big enough to be able to, outrun most animals, but curious enough to get themselves in trouble often when mom's not necessarily close by. So unfortunately, in that particular litter, she then lost 3. 1 to a leopard and 2 to, we think, was baboons. So unfortunately, 3 out of the 5 didn't make it. But yeah, often, this looks like it could be a mother with 4 cubs, and possibly a male joining. If it's a mother with 3 or so, like I said, we haven't seen all of the individuals and how big they are and so on. So there's a very good possibility that she's had 100% success rate at the time. But yeah, guys, while they're being lazy, we're going to stay here for a little bit, see if this giraffe doesn't chase them up or something like that. In the meantime, we're going to send you over to Lauren with some hyenas.
Very peaceful. Lots of magic here. And Tima was the last one in the clan to have a cub. But she's really second in the hierarchy. She's the matriarch's daughter, just for any of you who are possibly unsure of who Tima is. She's a special young lady. 4 years old. Her birthday was last month. We had a drink or 2 at the den, nothing wild. No, I'm joking. Hyenas don't drink alcohol. And this is her first little cub. And we tried to sex it the other day, which is notoriously difficult, but a few of you are leaning towards male, and I think I am too. Thank you for all the screenshots. Oh, hello. It did look very pinched at the tip, which of course suggests male. But we can't really confirm that. I mean, the matriarch ribbon was thought to be a boy for a very long time until she produced cubs. That was a surprise for everybody. But of course, I think Moritz was just talking about survival rate, and believe it or not, hyenas also don't have a high survival rate. 60% of cubs actually suffocate during the birthing process. And that's just the birthing process. That's not the survival rate once you are a cub. And once you've sort of made it through that really, really tricky process with mom. It's also a case of... This is just too cute. That's a big milk tummy. It's also a case of the birthing process can actually be fatal for first-time mothers, which Ntima was. And normally first-time mothers, you will only see one cub. This is a generalization. I don't have the statistics, but it's not sort of common to see a first-time mother give birth to two successfully. There will have been two. They do give birth to twin litters, but at some point, it's very, very common for them to lose one. And I have never found statistics for a cub like this little one here. What's the survival rate for this little one? I've never found the statistic. I would guess 50%. I really would. Especially in an area like the Sabi sands. Really high predator density. Although we don't always find them, the density is very, very high. I don't believe it's been thoroughly, extensively studied. Christopher is a bit of a process, but normally it really, really starts to lighten around 3 months, give or take. And that's when you really can pick out the spot pattern. And then, of course, they get lighter and lighter. And you start to see the spot pattern will really stand out and be very, very clear. It's a contrast of the dark spots against the light fur like in Ntima. What are you doing? But it's normally around 3 months, give or take. I have seen cubs where you see the spots a lot earlier than that, and I've also seen cubs a lot later than that, but on average around the 3 month mark, you will start to see a real difference. I love the black bear stage. I just love it. We're starting to wake him up. We're probably going to annoy Mom a lot right now. Here we go. We're annoying Mom. Yeah, we're going to nibble in the ear. I didn't catch that name. It's all to do with the development at birth. Oh. Sorry, I cannot concentrate on this question. Some animals are born what we call precocial, and some animals are born altricial. And basically, precocial is very well developed. So just like your prey species, they come out the womb, they're already standing within 10 minutes, generalization, they're running and keeping up with the herd very quickly. They can stand, they can see. They're already very, very well developed. They have a longer gestation period, which means that most of the development is done inside of the womb. Whereas predators, they can't really afford to be very, very heavily pregnant and weighed down, especially the likes of, well, hyenas or even Tandy, a leopard who has to hunt for herself. She can't sort of afford to be pregnant for too long, so therefore there's a sacrifice made. And they have a shorter gestation period, which means they will give birth to cubs or pups, whichever predator you're referring to, that's not as well developed. And we call this altricial. So they'll be weak, not very mobile, in some case blind, in the case of leopards and lions, where they're not able to open their eyes don't open until around, say, 10 days. They need to be stashed away in dens because they've got more developing to do. They're really, really not ready to sort of hit the ground running like I described the Nyala. And it's all to do with the lifestyle. Predators can't afford to be weighed down and pregnant for too long. And antelope, they can't afford to be stashed away in dens and, remarkably weak. They have to be ready to escape the predators. It's a survival strategy. And that's why the predators use dens, because their offspring is weak and needs to develop. And that's why the herbivores, generally speaking, don't. So it's an altricial sort of lifestyle versus precocial. We may bumble just in a second or two just to check den number 3, because I'm trying to understand what really is going on with the Juma clan right now. But of course, if it's not active, we will come right back. So for now, we are going to send you back down to Moritz with his cheetahs.
Okay guys, so not much happening around the cheetah front. You can see this giraffe is also now lost interest to a certain extent. The cheetahs have kept still for long enough that he can't, well, he's not seeing them for a while, and now he thinks he might have mistaken himself or something. So he might move away soon. But as soon as they move again and he catches a glimpse of them, he might always just come back and have a look again. But yeah, it's still very warm. The shadows are starting to drag longer and longer. So hopefully soon we'll start getting a little bit more activity from the cheetahs as well. But as you can imagine, the predators, they absolutely need to save as much energy as possible when they're not hunting, so that when they do hunt, there is enough gas in the tank to do what they need to do to be able to make that very important kill. And yeah, that giraffe, you can still see he's suspicious of whatever he saw earlier. I mean, he absolutely saw that one cheetah moving, so he knows what was going on, but you can see that he's still pointing his ears backwards, even though he's walking away from the site of where the cheetahs were spotted. Ian, no, they're not really scared of big birds like eagles or vultures. They might get surprised by them. Let's say a giraffe comes around the corner towards a waterhole and there's a big group of vultures all bathing in the water and drinking some water, and there's one sitting in the long grass and he comes towards him, and that vulture gets uncomfortable, flies up, and the giraffe wasn't aware of that particular boy in that spot. He might get a fright, but no, they won't be worried about birds like that. They're much too large to feel like their life is going to be threatened by an eagle. Not even a baby giraffe will need to worry. Let's say one that's born yesterday we'll need to worry about even the largest raptor that we have, like let's say a martial eagle or those types of things. They're just physically too big for the large birds of prey as well as the vultures to be seen as a food source. Obviously, if there's a giraffe feeling very sick and might fall over any second, then he will most likely worry a little bit about the vultures, because he knows they're going to come eat on him. But that's only when they're dead. So I don't think they worry too much about them. I've never seen them paying too much attention to the larger birds, even smaller birds as well. Things that need to worry about those large raptors and certain species of vultures, like the whiteback vulture, would be mice, small rodents, something like a scrub hare as well. The meerkats, definitely. Wild dog pups. I know of a case where martial eagle smashed a wild dog pup in the Kalahari. So that can definitely happen. But for things like a giraffe, they don't need to worry about that. They worry about big things with nasty claws, like a lion and those types of things. Well, that's actually the only predator they really need to worry about. For them, it's more a case of staying alive, having such a big body. Nutrition is key. So feeding on not only a lot of things, but also a lot of good quality things as far as the trees is concerned. And making sure that they get to water often enough and those types of things. Even though they've got an excellent digestive system and they retain a lot of the water that they take in, they still need to fill up the tank every now and again. Otherwise, dehydration will be a much bigger threat than something like a lion or a big bird of prey. For the cheetahs, however, you might find them worrying a little bit about the larger eagles, especially when, well, not the adults, but the cubs. Travis, so with giraffe, you'll find them sleeping only 20 minutes out of every 24 hours, more or less. The rest of the time, you'll actually find them maybe standing underneath a tree, just doing nothing, or lying down on their belly with their necks upright and just chilling. Maybe regurgitating some of the cud and then chewing that properly. We call that ruminating. And when they're doing that, they can switch off certain parts of their brain. So like a rebooting system, just like the whales will do when they're resting. But when they sleep, when they physically sleep, you'll find them lying on their bellies with their legs folded in like a horse and necks upright, always necks upright. With a giraffe, they've got a 25 kilogram heart that pumps the blood all the way upstairs to the brain. As soon as the head gets parallel or below the heart, that heart doesn't stop pumping. So the blood still runs towards the brain at a considerable pressure. And with a lack of gravity then, you'll find it rushing down to the brain. Now, they've got a little valve behind the ears to regulate blood flow to and from the head, but it will only be able to withstand the pressure for a certain amount of time. So you can imagine if that blood pushes through and there's an excess blood or blood pressure that heightens in the brain case, how dangerous that could be. Most of the time they'll pass out if that is the case, but it could be fatal. So when they lie down, it's very unlikely to see them doing anything with their necks other than having it upright. But yeah, guys, I think for the time being, while these cheetahs are doing nothing, we might maybe start heading towards those meerkats or go and have a look at that other cheetah, see if there's something happening over there. Possibly that male has gotten up and started calling, looking for his brother again. So that would also definitely be interesting. If he starts calling like that, it's quite special. You don't often see the adult cheetahs vocalizing so frequently and so loudly. So for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew while we go and have a look at the other lions, the other cheetah. Andrew's got some lions.
Good luck finding Meerkat. So we back to the Pride of Line again. So we actually done bumble around. There's nothing happening there. Quiet. So we just decided to return back to the lines over here. I have a visual of a 5 at the moment. Looks like a 5 female, what I understand here. I don't see the rest. But now they're actually on a road which I think it's just after we're gone, they came to the road. You can hear them breathe, painting. Rick, so you're asking, do lions prefer to sleep on the grass or on a sand? Both. If it's sand, I love it if it's warm in a colder day. Rock as well, when it's in a colder day, that's rock warmer. So grass is actually, they also love it, but when it's wet, dew take place, then they won't even like to walk through it. So they rather be either in the sand than being walking around or sleeping in the wet grass. But now grass is dry, so they would probably love it very well. But sand, since it's very soft, then they feel comfortable because they don't hurt their rib, any part of their body when they do that. So we're gonna stay put with this line just to see what they will be up to.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hyena day number 3 was not active. Not a peep or a sound of any creatures. So I don't know if there's more cubs inside this den or if they're all fast asleep in den number 3. I mean, the heat is exhausting. I can also feel myself really wiped out from the heat today. So the cubs still could be sleeping. It's coming up for 6 p.m. here in South Africa. And it's really starting to cool down. I can feel it now. I can feel the relief. It's not happening quickly enough, but we can feel it. It'll be interesting to see if any more heads pop out of this den. Excuse you, Intima. There's not really a number. Again, it's situational, it's circumstantial. This particular sort of time around for the Juma clan, they've really stayed at den number 3 a very, very long time. It seems to suit all their needs and keep all the cubs happy. But the main reasons they change den is number 1, parasite load. You can't have your little cubs being in a den that's swarming with parasites. Although hyenas are probably not well known for their hygiene, they of course need to keep their cubs healthy and well and hygienic. Secondary reason would be any sort of imminent threat. Let's just say a pride of lions arrived at the den and they were chasing after the cubs. There's a chance the hyenas could move after that because the lions had been there. But there's no real set time. Moisture in the air, the amount of rainfall, the amount of cubs inside the den, I imagine all of these factors would affect the decision made. But I actually think they're using both dens. I don't know why they've came to den number 1 instead of den number 2, but I think they're using both. I think the smaller ones may be inside here and the bigger ones will still snooze away in den number 3, but I could be wrong. Ribbon's boys are getting very big. They're really starting to look like little hyenas now. I haven't seen Swazi in a while. Normally Swazi's in camp causing trouble. It's one very habituated hyena. But I haven't seen him in a while, and it really is his time to disperse at some point. He's over 2 years now. So at some point, he will disperse, I'm afraid. Okay, we're going to sit tight here and see if we can see any more spotted heads, but for now, over to another live location.
Good afternoon and welcome to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. And you can see this afternoon we found an elephant bull that is about to disappear into the thicket on the far side, or we're going to get a nice view of him coming across there. And we look at him flapping his ears, and he's got his trunk against the ground, feeding while he moves this afternoon. What a beautiful start to our drive this afternoon from Ngala's side. My name is Nick, and behind camera we've still got Odie this afternoon. And sorry we were a little bit late. There was load shedding in our part of the world, which means we had no power and therefore no signal. But it has come back, and we're excited to be out this afternoon. And it's nice to start off with an elephant bull. Always a fantastic animal to see on game drive. And he seems to be moving around these nice big open clearings, feeding on the lush grass that is still available for him. When we did find him this afternoon, he did give us a bit of a head shake, and then he just slowly started moving off into our right-hand side, which is into the eastern side of Ngala, and we're very close to our boundary here as well. So I won't be surprised if in the next couple minutes he walks out of Ngala. If you look at those trees on the other side there where he is, that thicket on the far side of him, there's quite a big pan system in there as well with a little bit of water in. So it's almost inaccessible by vehicle. However, elephants can get anywhere they want to in this environment. I'm just going to sneak forward and see if we can get another view. You can see he is moving behind the bush. I'm just going to keep going a little bit further forward, a little bit further. I think we'll get a nice view with him against the marula tree. And he hasn't been so interested in showing us his face this afternoon, but that shows he's not too worried of our presence here. Our plan this afternoon coming into the east, you can see above as well, or I might not be able to see it now with the picture on the elephant, but there's lots of cloud cover above us this afternoon. And we were expecting a little bit of rain, and we did get a few drops, but it seems as if it might have blown over us. There's a chance that later this evening we might get some rain, which would be a huge relief to a lot of these animals out here at the moment. It's been incredibly hot the last couple of days. So Rochelle, this is a question that's, we've been speaking about it lots on Ngala at the moment, and I mean you can see in that marula tree, so exactly where Odie's got that camera zoomed in on, you can see how the elephants have actually used their tusks to lever off the bark on this specific marula tree. And if you see the color, it's quite a dark gray, so it's not too fresh, but you can also see where it's a little bit lighter in color, that reddish color. That is where an elephant would have stuck his tusk in and tried to pull bark off. But they have been frustrating me a lot at the moment. There's so much nice grass around and so many nice leaves, and they have been stripping marula trees like it's going out of fashion. I think in the last 5 days that I've been with Odie on the show, I think we've counted close to 20 marula trees that have been killed. And yeah, when they strip it the whole way around, so you can see that one, only a little bit of the tree's been stripped. So that tree will still be able to survive. It'll still be able to get nutrients down towards the roots and the water up from the roots up the tree as well. But when that gets stripped the whole way around, if it gets ring barked, is what we call it, where it's the bark is completely gone the whole way around the tree, then the tree actually ends up dying. And it is frustrating because beautiful trees like this take many, many years to grow. And with the elephants around at the moment, they have been stripping them. And as I said, it is something that frustrates me quite a bit, but there's not much we can do. These animals don't know what they are doing, the elephants. And they're just looking for sources of food. So you can't get irritated with them, but it is frustrating to lose lots of these big marula trees. The other tree that they favor to, or that they enjoy ring barking, or that they do ring bark, is a knobthorn tree, Vachellia nigrescens. Very nutritious tree as well, and then they also tend to strip those. So those are the two main trees that we see them stripping around Ngala, and I'm sure Juma, very similar, Prideland's the same. It'd be interesting to hear what some of the Phinda rangers have to say about elephants ring barking trees there. Only spent about 2 months at Phinda, so we definitely saw some that were ring bark, but I wonder if they're doing ring barking as many trees as we have been seeing.
guys, so we are heading back into the area of where the male cheetah was, the one that we found initially. Going to have a look if he got a little mobile. We just drove past a couple of gemsbok, and so that seems to be getting up and getting moving. So there's a good possibility that he might start looking a little bit more alive. On a burrow system, which So yeah, guys, as I was saying, we are going to quickly have a look. I can actually see the meerkats here now. We'll spend some time with them though. This is the Mukala group. So we haven't really spent a lot of time with them in the past, but they are by far the most active and relaxed group of meerkats that we have at the moment. And as you can see, there's actually 3 generations sitting next to one another there. So one of the adults, there's the babies there at the bottom, and then one of the youngsters, the previous litter that you can see there on the right. Okay, he just ducked down, but that one with his tail up is also one of the previous litter. So they're about 4 months old now. The little ones are about 2 months. Very cute. You can see they're still looking to stay in the shade, but they're going to head towards a burrow system soon, to start relaxing and possibly spend the night there. You can see the babies are not actively following the adults, each baby with a babysitter anymore. They're spending more time with one another, which means their bellies are already full, so they're not too worried about constantly being fed. When they're hungry early in the morning and so on, you'll find them being glued to one particular individual, each baby to their babysitter. And they're going to definitely keep reminding that babysitter that they want to have something to eat. Seems to be a bit of an alarm call that went down there. You can see everyone's running except for this little one close by, but there you can see the main group. They're all bolted to what might be a bolt hole or so. They'll sometimes, when there's danger around, when they see a bird above or so, something suspicious, doesn't need to be a bird, could be something as simple as just a strange movement, but something that they're uncomfortable with, they'll quickly get to whichever burrow system, whether it is theirs or maybe a ground squirrel's, or could even be a bat-eared fox's, and they'll then just duck down there. But you can see they're visibly relaxing again, starting to forage again and so on. So it seems like it was a false alarm, something not to worry about too much. I think I can hear the cheetah calling again. So we're going to move on, guys. We'll come back to the meerkats, but if that is the cheetah calling, I want you to see that. It's special. It's very, very special to see that. Constant vocalization and contact calling and so on. It's not often that we get to see that. I've only ever seen it a couple of times, but I can hear definitely something resembling cheetah vocalizations. So let's have a look and see. It's not too far away from here where we left that cheetah earlier. So yeah, once we locate on that cheetah and there's something interesting happening, guys, we're going to come back here. But for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Ngala quickly, okay? So as
promised, I said we would try and find a beautiful sunset this evening, and we have managed to find just that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep quiet and enjoy it while it lasts. It's not going to be there for too long. Another terrible day in Africa. You can see those colors resonating now against the clouds. Absolutely spectacular this afternoon. Really beautiful purples as well. And just such a lovely setting at the moment. So peaceful out here. A little bit of thunder in the back, and Odie has managed to find us some zebra as well, moving across the clearing. They would have moved out into the clearing as it's got a little bit cooler this evening, and as darkness starts to set in order for them to feel a little bit safer. Imagine them being in the thick bush and a pride of lions ambushes them. They're not going to come off too well. Lots of the ground birds calling this evening as well. The crested francolin sounds a little bit like a diesel pump, an old diesel pump. And Swainson's spurfowls calling as well. So I think we're going to keep moving from this area and see what else we can find this afternoon. But for now, we're going to send you over to Morris, who has managed to find his cheetah.
All right, guys, so you can see actually he is now much more active than earlier. And he's attracted quite a crowd. I'm going to show you quickly. Look at this. There you can hear him calling as well. That sound that you're hearing now. That's him calling for his brother. I'm going to quickly go around so that we can see him again. But yeah, very cool to see how those giraffe were paying attention to what he was doing. Let's just see what he's doing. There he is. Look at how cool this is, guys. Marking his territory on a fallen sociable weaver's nest. Very important for him to do that at the moment, because if his brother isn't hearing him, he might smell him a little later on if he comes by here. And that's how they'll relocate on one another if they're far away from one another. Incredible, that sound, eh? Shame, very worried about where his brother is. Let's go around the corner again. Yeah, as you can imagine, he's not worried at all at the moment about giving away his position. That's actually what he's wanting to do. He's looking to have as much ears on him as possible, and hopefully the right pair of ears, which is in this case going to be his brother, so that they can find one another again and stop worrying about what's going on. Yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful boy. Vanessa, so cheetahs, yeah, they will growl like other cats. It's not nearly as impressive as, let's say, a lion. Let's just get onto the dam wall here so we can see what he's doing. But yeah, not nearly as impressive as a lion or so. I'm actually going to go around quickly, because it's going to be good for you like this. But they will be able to give a growl. Believe me, if he's growling at you, you're not going to like it. So it is still going to be intimidating, but it's not going to be something like a lion or a leopard. It's not going to have that, deep, heart-clenching sound that you'd find with a lion or so. But when contact calling or when vocalizing, the sounds that we hear, that we heard from him now, is what they'll use to be able to talk to one another. Yeah, it's been a warm day. Always special to be able to see how the cats drink. They don't often allow you to do that. And it's also not a big part of their day. They'll drink quickly and then they'll move on and possibly start looking to hunt, or in this case looking for his brother or so on. Whereas the drinking part of their day is normally quite short, so if your timing is just wrong, you might get him coming from the waterhole and he's already done that. So always special to see this. You can still see he's in a ready position. All those muscles are tense around the upper body. If he needs to, he can move quickly. We don't have any crocs in Tswalu, but for those of you who've been following us for a while, I believe you've seen the clip of where that crocodile caught the cheetah in Phinda. Okay, so males and females will differ slightly in their calls when it comes to the pitch. A female's pitch is a little higher, just like men and women. The males have a slightly, even though it is a high pitch vocalization, it's slightly lower than what you'd find with the females. Also, the females will have when they do vocalize, it's a maybe a lower repetition typically, because they'll call once and then listen, and because when they vocalize, it's to locate on their cubs. So they'll call once or twice, listen to hear if they can hear the cubs calling. If not, they'll call again. Whereas with these guys, when they're looking for one another, like this guy's doing, you heard how many times he called in quick succession. It's more to put a message out there. So yeah, they do differ slightly in calls. However, when, even for us being out here and you hear that cheetah call, it's going to be difficult to, when not seeing them, know whether it's male or female. Just because, our ears are not necessarily always that tuned to pick up, okay, no, you know what, that's a lower pitch or a higher pitch or a shorter or a longer repetition. But yeah, guys, we're going to spend some time with them, see what's going to happen over here. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew. His lions are starting to wake up now.
so cool, good timing, you know. They indeed, yes, are lions about to be up, which the two of them already are. Busy doing hello grooming. There's one actually, which is she moved across just beyond of a vehicle there. Maybe this is where they're gonna go. Looks like a south from here. That's why it's so important being in a group as a pride of lions. We were able to lick one another, groom one another. Places where it's impossible if you're alone. Think of leopard there, since they are solitary, where they have to adapt the situations once they're independent. Adrian, age 9, so you're asking how old can a lion get? In the wild, I've seen lions die of age, and she was, I think, like 16 years old. So roughly, a female can get up to that age. And so roughly 12 upwards for the females. And then the males, they have a lot of challenge. The fight for dominate leads to death, injury, where injury depends on what caused that. Usually hunting big game. Female also, she can come across such injury, die so young. So seen male die of age 8 years. So they're coming towards us, this female. Sure. So cool that. Almost touched the vehicle there, but she's drinking right behind the vehicle. Kayla, age 9, so you're asking how long are their tail? It's less than the meter. Anything from 700 millimeter. For the lines. So yeah, less than a meter. This is gonna move. Oh, looks like this is how they're deciding now to move on. We're gonna try keep up with them, see how far south, if they're gonna take a serious move for us, they're gonna cross boundary to the south, and we're just gonna keep everybody updated.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Alright, guys. I'm not gonna talk now. So after finishing drinking, he actually got up onto the dam wall, vocalized quite a bit, and then looked down, well, up towards the north, and it seemed like he either heard something or saw something, and came a little closer, quite intently. It's been staring in that direction ever since, now looking around quite a bit more. But it definitely looked like he picked up on something. So whether it was his brother or just a funny movement, it's difficult to really know. But imagine being able to see that moment where they find each other again. I think he's gonna give that guy either a slap or a hug. One of the two, or both. What he's looking at right now is there's a baboon that came down to drink some water way in the shade over there, a bit more to your right, PK. To your right. I think, yeah. Oh, no, there where you are right now. There we go, perfect. There you can see him. So he's just paying attention to that, you know. It's always good for the cats, I mean, especially something like a cheetah, to know where the baboon troops are in the area, because they can pose a threat to them. For something like a female leopard, that's probably their biggest threat out in the bush. Lots of little insects also around the water there, as you can see moving around. I think the baboon also became, I don't know, he's not too worried about the cheetah at the moment. Biscuit, so the call of a cheetah being a higher pitch and not that lower frequency will not travel as far as like a lion's call. I'd say you'd probably be able to hear it from about 1 kilometer away, if it is that far. Whereas with something like a lion, they say we can hear them up to 5 kilometers away. So the lower frequencies definitely travel further than high pitches. But I mean, we were sitting probably around 500-600 meters away, and we could hear him clearly when we were there with the meerkats. So it could be that they travel a little bit further. And as you can imagine now, with the cheetah to cheetah communication, they'll be able to hear that much further away. Their ears are just so much better than ours. So I want to say almost double the distance, if not more, is what they'll be able to communicate with one another about. Shame. You can hear also the beginning of his vocalization every time. His voice, I think, has started getting a bit sore. Yesterday when we heard him, he was calling much louder than what he's calling now. It's almost like, there we go. That's now more the sound that he needs to create. But I think his throat is getting a little raw from all the calling. And as you can imagine, guys, this is the perfect spot for him to wait in, to try and locate his brother, because if that guy finishes with whatever he's busy with, coming to the water will most likely be the first thing that he does. This is also a favorite spot for them. So if he is going to go somewhere, the chances of him coming here is 90% rather than anywhere else. So very good location for him to just be waiting. But yeah, we're going to spend some more time with him. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew.
It's true, so our lion's on a 100% true move over here, which they have reached already the Gari main. But good news for now, because they're on fire break still on Juma, and they now continue moving east. They're probably heading where they came from last night. So we're going to continue to follow them. It's getting actually dark already, so we're using IR lights. So since they are nocturnal, so this is the best chance for them to be able to get active, move, hunt around, or go back to the other members. Looks like they're crossing into the boundary, which then I'm gonna have to use that to tracks back to the boundary, because avoiding getting stuck, following them in this wet. back to the main road. We're going to continue to keep up with them. If they don't cross to one of the property Lilugari, which is the boundary with Juma, so let's keep up with them, and I'm going to be sending you across to Moritz with this cheetah, which is still calling out there.
Alrighty guys, so this cheetah actually just got mobile again. We're going to see where he goes. I think he's getting to that point now where he's getting a little impatient with his brother not calling back for him. So I think he's going to go around the water's edge towards where towards the southern side of the dam, but we'll just see where he pops out. Luckily, he's vocalizing so much now that it's not going to be the easiest task losing him. So that's always a big positive, but we're just going to go around. Not seeing him pop out over here yet. I think he's going to walk around like that. We'll have a look now. But yeah, desperate to find his brother, eh? Not in the mood for being by himself at all anymore. Yeah, he's definitely going south. Show you now. Shame, you can just hear him calling the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, Katerina, you're absolutely right. He is very much distressed, as you can imagine, being together with his brother all the time, and now all of a sudden, not anymore. That's taken a big toll on him. But as you can see, the vehicle's presence has not been a problem for him at all. We were sitting less than 5 meters away from him at a point, and he was not moving a muscle as far as moving away from us was concerned or anything like that. And as a matter of fact, he's not even paying any attention to us. So luckily we're not having any influence on the sighting. As soon as that happens, as soon as we see that there he's lying now. Let's go just a little bit further past this bush. There we go. So I think the shady spot is just getting a little bit too cool for him at the moment. Decided to choose a bit more of a sunny spot just before the evening comes. It's been cooling down quite a bit during the evening, so I think everyone will try and get as much little bit of heat into their body just before the sun sets, because they know it's going to be a cold night. Not nearly as cold as what it would be during winter, but Nikonova, that's a very difficult one to really answer definitively, but I want to say if they go for longer than a week without any contact, then most likely he's going to start doing his own thing. You know, then things like hunger and thirst and the need to patrol territories and those types of things is going to start taking over. So they can also only be worried about one thing for a certain amount of time. In the animal kingdom, as you can see, there is quite a bit of emotion shown now, but there's not much room for emotion as far as, you know, sentiment goes for a lost loved one or those types of things. If that was the case, there would be much fewer animals in the world, because they would forget to eat for too long and starve to death, or get to that point where they're just so weak they get killed by something else in any way, or so on. So this is now day 2, so there is still time for him to be looking, and it's not uncommon for cats to be away from one another for more than a couple of days. But when it goes over a week, he'll have to start doing his own thing as well. Not that he would miss his brother any less or so, or still not be looking for it, but the being static in one spot, calling out the whole time like he's doing right now, that will definitely get toned down. And anything longer than 2 weeks, I think it's going to be a case of them, making that decision that it's maybe not a happy ending for whoever they were looking for. But yeah, guys, we're going to spend some time with those guys, see what's going on. Maybe we get to see that reunification. If that is the case, we're going to let you know. But for the meantime, we're going to send you somewhere else, okay?
Welcome back, everyone, and have a look at this magnificent elephant bull that we have come across while driving into the more central parts of the reserve. Just like that elephant earlier, you can see how he is feeding on the grass, weeds and forbs. Most notably about him are those gorgeous matching tusks that he's got. Did see him early this morning right at our camp, at Ngala Tented Camp. However, he moved off down into the riverbed and we were unable to get a good view of him. Gentle giant. So he's clapping his ears still. It is still quite warm this evening. I think the cloud cover above us is keeping in a little bit of the heat and not letting the night sky cool us down too much. I don't know if you can hear it, but he is busy urinating. See how he is streaming out of his temples as well, that dark patch just running down the side of his head behind his eyes. We did see him this morning and I don't think he is in must. He might be coming into must or going out, but he is rather relaxed with our presence and being around him. There was a younger bull that was here, quite a small bull, in fact, maybe 15 to 20 years old. That young one seems to have moved off sort of away and to the right of us. So rain, an elephant skin, how big is it? It's got a massive surface area, and if you're thinking in terms of the thickness, I've never worked on an elephant, but I think it must be at least maybe, how thick? Okay, maybe 5 to 10 centimeters thick. The skin in certain areas, especially around the sides of the body and the back. And if you have a look at those ears, though, those are incredibly thin. So that's only maybe 1 centimeter, if that, the thickness around the ear. So it'll vary from place to place. But I'd say the thickest spot, maybe 5 to 10 centimeters around the skin. Quite interesting angle to be viewing him from now as well. You can actually see how he's using his trunk to pull the grass and weeds out and then put it into his mouth. An angle that you will not often get to see when watching elephants feed. You'll occasionally see him drop some onto the ground as well. He really does seem to be enjoying his food this evening. To mention, we are in infrared as well, and I think he's moving behind the vehicle, so we're just going to have to reposition quickly. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to quickly turn around. Our best way to turn around here is to reverse, and it's what we call a J-turn. And it is just the way that we turn our vehicles around because it has the minimal or the smallest amount of impact when driving off-road. And this elephant is behind a bush currently, but I'm just going to move around to the front of him and see if we cannot reposition where we can get a view of him. We might need to go off-road a little bit and that's all right as well. Let's even go a little bit further, OD. Just putting my lights on to see where I'm driving so I don't drive over any stumps or termite mounds or anything of that sort. You can have a nice view of him from this side. There he is, walking pretty much straight towards us. So if he does get close to us, we might have to move again. But it is always lovely to see a straight-on front view of an elephant's face. And to mention, yeah, we are in infrared, so we are sitting in darkness. There is still enough light that I can just see him, especially silhouetted against the evening sky in the background. It's rather quiet this evening as well. We haven't heard too many nocturnal birds calling or nocturnal animals to that fact. So I wonder if the heat hasn't meant that they're just going to wait until it cools down a little. Oh, how was that lightning strike behind the elephant? That was beautiful. So there are rather big clouds that were building south of Ngala. I wonder if they were maybe perhaps building over Juma and over the northern parts of the Sabi sands this afternoon. They looked like quite a big thunderstorm that was brewing down in that part of the world. Every now and then you might just get a flash behind the elephant as well of some lightning. He's not fazed by our presence at all this evening. He's a very mature bull. If I had to guess his age, I'd probably say maybe 45 plus or minus, around there. I mean, it's obviously quite difficult to age an elephant to the exact number, but just on his size and the size of his tusks and the size of his head, I would have to guess about 45 plus or minus. Maybe give me 3 years leniency either way. Amazing that such a big animal can move through grass like this without us even hearing the footsteps that he is placing. I think what we'll do is, now that it has got a bit darker, we'll leave this elephant to be and we'll start searching for some of the smaller nocturnal creatures that will be coming out.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. Yeah, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my guiding career so far.
We have a baby pangolin. We're just gonna go very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! And there we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was epic. Shame, guys. So yeah, I mean, he's moving all around the dam. He's now on the southern side of the dam. You can see he's laid down on this side now. There was a jackal earlier on the other side of the dam. We just couldn't get him nicely. But it seems like he either moved off. You know, they often follow the cheetahs. But with this guy calling like he is, that jackal will know it's pointless to follow him at the moment, because all he's going to get is some vocalization. This cheetah is not in the mood for hunting at the moment. So it is a very good possibility that the jackal actually came down for a drink and just decided to go and look for something else. You can see this guy now. It's called search, so yes, absolutely, he will survive on his own. Cheetahs do so quite often. It's not every day that you find where the males join up in coalitions and so on. Females exclusively operate by themselves unless when they've got cubs with them. So cheetahs are very much designed to survive on their own. So it's not uncommon to find a cheetah by itself, even after losing a brother. We're not going to say this is what's the case at the moment, but even after a cheetah loses his brother in a coalition, he will still be able to very easily survive all by himself. He's going to most likely mark this tree again, guys. So yeah, you can see there's a little bit of spraying going on. So cool. Get next to that nest. So yeah, guys, it will make his chances or his life a little bit more difficult not having his brother with him anymore, but he'll definitely be able to survive by himself. It's not going to cause him to now not be able to hunt anymore or anything like that. Most likely going to jump up onto that. Okay, no, he's not. I thought he was going to jump up onto that broken nest again. So Siobhan's angel, yes, absolutely. The possibility of this cheetah vocalizing like it is will very easily attract something like a spotted hyena or maybe a leopard or something like that. You know, this is also going to sound like a distress call for certain animals. So when that is the case, you'll always find other predators being intrigued by it, coming to have a look. So he is putting himself at risk doing all of this. But for him at the moment, it's more important to locate on his coalition member than to worry about giving away his position. constantly looking back. You can see he's got no idea where his brother might be. So, with that being the case, he needs to be aware of 360 degrees of his surroundings. If the brother all of a sudden starts calling from the north now, he's moving south, there's a very good possibility if he's only looking south that he might miss it. So always important also for him to look back every now and again about what we just spoke about. You know, there might be a hyena coming towards him at that time. So he can't drop his guard, even though he's a little bit more preoccupied than usual. But the area where the tracks of the other brother went into yesterday was where he's going into right now. So the possibility, let me just swing the vehicle like this, the possibility of him now starting to follow a scent trail or something like that is also there. We haven't seen him really smelling the soil and something like that, but it is possible. I don't know if you know how special this is to be able to share this with you. You know, when an animal is vulnerable, they quite often don't want something like a vehicle around them. And with this cheetah being, allowing us to see his vulnerability is just so special. It shows you that he absolutely trusts the vehicle, and this is not a thing that he sees as a threat, which is such a breath of fresh air as far as, you know, how he's been treated in the reserve from the day that he was born. I mean, these cats are now 8-9 years old, so you can imagine that the guides or the guys who's been driving on the reserve from the day they were born has always treated them with the respect that they need. And that's just evident from how relaxed this cheetah is, even in his moment of need. If you find an animal that's a little bit more wild, that's maybe had a bad encounter with a vehicle at some point in his life, there's always going to be that thing in the back of their mind that if they are in a vulnerable state like this guy is right now, he's not going to completely trust the vehicle. So yeah, very good to see that. Always special to have that, bond with the animals, even though they'll never be at that point where we climb out of the car and we can touch them. I mean, it's still a wild animal, but they absolutely don't see the vehicle as a threat to them, which is very cool. It does tickle the heart a little bit to have to witness this. And yes, it is sad to see them also being sad. We always only see them when they full and fat and happy or busy hunting and there's a lot of adrenaline going and so on. But sometimes, just sometimes, we get to see something truly special like this. And it's not necessarily an adrenaline-filled sighting or anything like that, but just to be able to be a part of him looking for his brother and constantly calling and being able to hear that, how they operate. This is what makes this job so incredible. And to be able to share it with you guys as it's happening, live, it's just amazing. It's such a privilege to be able to share it with all of you. Let's just have a look. I think he might actually go back to the dam wall. We'll just see. Still on the road. You know, we spoke about the other predators that could be attracted at the moment by this animal's calling and so on. Even the fact that he's just hanging around this waterhole. Yes, it's a very good idea for him to do so because that's most likely where his brother is going to pop up eventually. But the sun is busy going down. Things like hyenas and leopards and so on are going to come and want to have a drink of water before they start their nightly activity. So with that being the case, you will find him putting himself in harm's way just by because of the location that he's currently in. But I mean, he's very awake and aware of what goes on at the moment, and the light hasn't completely disappeared. So it's not like he's going to be surprised by anything unless it's popping out behind a bush that he's coming around or so. But yeah, let's just go around these trees again and then we'll switch off the car, see what's his plans. Constantly looking around. Okay, there he moves again, and anyway, we'll just give him a chance to see where he's going. So now you can hear the echo. You know, the fact that we're at the waterhole as well as in the, sorry BK, close proximity to the mountains, that echo effect is just exaggerated so much more. Justin, so there's a very good possibility that that's the case. I can't think of another reason why he would go alone, apart from maybe the fact that what we discussed earlier, there's a slight possibility that this guy only recently recovered from a minor injury, and with that being the case, he might have gotten split off from his brother, initially this guy. And that oak came across the female, started mating with her, and this guy has just been having a difficult time finding his brother again. You know, in the bush, whenever there's an injury in a coalition like this, you'll find that initially the other coalition members will definitely try and help. Let's just put this in low range. Try and help to have the animal continue feeding and stay alive and healthy. But as soon as it starts affecting their own livelihood, you know, the fact that they might not be able to hunt as efficiently anymore because they're hanging back to stay with the injured male, then you'll find them having to push on. There's only so much love lost in the bush, or love to go around in the bush. As soon as they feel like they are going to be the ones that suffer now because they're being the good guy, then you'll find the animals moving away. So it's very possible that that was also the case, that this male had a slight injury, they got separated because the other male had to move on, and he now recovered and is just looking for his brother, who is possibly mating with a female. But like I said, the likelihood of him, the other brother now, not being in the mood for sharing too much is also there. Yeah, as you can imagine now, with the sun dipping down and it getting cooler, Musa, no, yeah, he's not in an unknown territory at the moment. They are very much in the heart of their territory, and the fact that he's looking for his brother around here at this very moment for the past more than 24 hours now tells me that he's got a relatively good idea that this is where he should be. So they're very much in their territory. If it is the case that in another situation maybe there's a male cheetah that gets whiff of a female that is ready for mating, and they cross out of their territory into another male's territory, he's going to be in much more danger when it comes to, encountering other male cheetahs, and also him not knowing the area very well, so not knowing necessarily where, let's say, the hyena den sites are, or where they like to hang around during the evenings or so on. So he will put himself a little bit more at risk. However, with this particular boy, in the heart of his territory, and the fact that he's spending so much time in this area means that he's got a relatively good idea that the other boy must be around here somewhere as well. So none of them need to be too worried about the fact that they might be close to the territorial boundary or crossing into another guy's. So yeah. But yeah, guys, we're going to follow him for a little bit, see where he goes. He's definitely moving a bit further away from the waterhole now. As soon as we see what his plans are, we'll maybe come and show you again. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew.
Thanks, Morit. So the Pride is gone across to the south. We couldn't follow them. And then probably the lock's still going up south. But now we're going to take a listen to the sound at the treehouse dam. Listen to the audio of the sound of frogs. Also the lightning on the background, isn't that amazing? LT, so you're asking that do all frogs sound the same? No, all different. So they all make different sounds, different species. So always hearing here in the background, there's quite a lot of most painted reed frogs are making sound. They're little tiny frogs. So many of these frogs, they're not within the water, they probably close or in one of these reeds around this water because it's wet, moisturous, so this is for their hunt. But I had a leaf folding frogs as well in the background, which is also a tiny frog. Nicky H7, so you're asking what other insect makes sound at night. There's quite a few of them. Most cricket makes sound, and this giant king cricket as well, or king cricket, makes such a sound. Cicada makes sound as well. None of these dragonfly and things like those cannot make sound really. Probably just resting now because they're only day active. Hearing it's a lot of water disturbed here. It's got probably catfish as well, one of the fish that is in so many of these watering holes. This is treehouse then usually occupied by one male hippo, which you believe that could be the same one that occupied Gary Dam, and he wasn't there and he's not here. So it's probably that. And maybe he's somewhere else. Edward, so you're saying you love the sound of the night. Of course, it's such a beautiful sound. This time of the night, all hearing on the background, frogs, and all of at night, other small creatures, there's cicadas, all of them, making sound, and the lightning on the background far up. Does even make it more better. So you're very right. And I'm happy that you enjoy that. So I'm going to carry on about. I'm going to be sending you across to Moritz with these cheetahs on the move.
Okay guys, so quite a bit more activity as far as walking and, effectively looking for his brother is concerned. Sorry for the lighting. It's just at that point where there's just not enough light where we can't be in color anymore, but as you can see, we're going to try and stay on his left-hand side, on his western side, so that there's a bit more light to work with. But yeah, actively looking now for his brother, not being static and hoping for him to just come to the waterhole. But now you can get a good idea of how long the grass is. I mean, you can and a cheetah is quite a tall cat. Lonely bird, I hope so too. It's always special to see them together. And as you can see, he's also not too happy about the fact that he's not with his brother at the moment. So it would be great to have them reunite. But yeah, now you can see how long the grass is, guys. I mean, absolutely almost covering that cheetah. And a cheetah is quite a tall standing cat, so you can imagine how tall the grass is now. If you had to walk through here, it's just below your hips that the grass will cover you. Let's just get around towards his western side. It's a little bit more tricky for us also to drive in this long grass because you can't see the holes and the logs and so on that's lying in front of you. So you have to absolutely go by feel. So doing so a lot slower than usual when it's dry Kalahari. It's still beautiful to have all of this long grass around. I never thought the Kalahari can look like this. Let's just see where he wants to go. He might actually go to where we initially found him this afternoon. There where he was lying, there's this little patch, a little raised point with an open sand patch where these two boys love to spend some time, when they're relaxing and so on. So the angle in which he's traveling in right now seems to be that one, or even back towards the waterhole again. Not wanting to get away too much from that. So yeah, guys, we're gonna see what this guy is up to. I don't think we'll spend much more time with him. The light is gonna get bad for us. We might move on and see if we find something else. For the meantime, we're gonna send you over to Lauren, okay?
Well, everyone, we have came across some buffalo. In fact, quite a few buffalo, believe it or not. And we had such a lovely sighting with the T1 cub. My goodness. It was such a wonderful afternoon. She eventually got up and left, and then we were with Shadulu, the leopard. There's sadly no signal, which was extremely frustrating. But we've came back onto Juma, and lo and behold, we have the buffalo. Now the Inkohumas are on Gowrie Main with Andrew, which is our southern boundary. And this herd of buffalo are on Impala Plains, which is on our sort of western sector near the north. So there's quite a distance between them, but that definitely doesn't mean that the lions cannot cover it. Buffalo can be very noisy, as you all know. Something like that. And not just their vocalizations, but their walking, their movement. Constantly walking through the grass. Especially a large herd like this is going to be very noisy, and of course the lions could potentially hear them and pick up their scent. So there's distance between them now, but that does not mean that the lions will not follow them. I think this is the same herd that Andrew had this morning. And they're very much here in the heart of Juma. Shadulu was heading west. Unfortunately, just a little bit far out of our reach on Simbambili. But hopefully in a few days she'll be back again. I love the smell of buffalo. That earthy smell, I think, is fantastic. But they themselves have excellent senses. Excellent sight, excellent hearing, but their primary sense, the one that's most developed, is their sense of smell. It's extremely acute. And not only do they use this to find food, to find the best palatable nutritional grasses, they also use it to detect predators. Sorry, Gwen, one more time with that question from Alison. No, they do not, Alison. They don't migrate in South Africa. They move, they're highly mobile, and they're very water dependent. So this means that they will move based on water. They need to drink water every single day. They drink daily. So they're very sort of water dependent, and that will change their movements. But they don't migrate. The two largest migrations on the African continent are, of course, the wildebeest from the Serengeti to the Masai Mara. That's probably the most iconic one, but the one that people don't know about that's said to actually rival the wildebeest, if not even equal it, is the cob migration. Have you ever heard of the white-eared cob? Gorgeous antelope, as well as the tiangs. And this happens from Gambela in Ethiopia all the way to the Sud wetlands in South Sudan. It's a huge migration. And of course, because of South Sudan's bloodshed and all the civil unrest and the sort of civil wars they've had within their country, it meant that no focus was on conservation. And it was only recently that they realized that this migration is actually still happening. Despite all the conflict, all the wars, all the bloodshed, this migration is still going strong, and is said to have about 1.2 million cobs moving from Ethiopia and South Sudan. It's incredible. It's on my bucket list, but unfortunately the Sud wetlands are very inaccessible. There's no infrastructure, there's no roads. It's just wetlands. So it's the two largest migrations in Africa. But it's not the buffalo. They don't move. They're jolly happy here. All the eyes shine. At first I thought it was impala. And Paul said, no, that's buffalo. touched on this last night, but again, it is so commonly thought that the predators have better eyesight than the prey. That's not necessarily the case. You can see they have that tapetum lucidum. You can see their eyes are reflecting, they're shining, and they do have good eyesight. Yes, it's not as good as their sense of smell. They do have good eyesight. I have a funny feeling this herd will still be here in Juma tomorrow, which is good news. We can go months without seeing buffalo. It's been a long time since we've had a buffalo kill on Juma as well. Although, of course, you don't want to see any sort of kill. Large carcasses bring in all sorts of predators and scavengers, and it's quite a fascinating thing to witness. It would be good to see the Juma clan in action around a carcass. Okay, the lightning is coming in fast and furious here, so we may say goodbye to these buffalo and get a little bit closer to home.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Juma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Very cool. We're now actually looking at the it looks like a whole harem, or it's called a rank of group of impalas. We're looking them through IR light, which that doesn't really affect them at all. And they're amazing that they came to an open area where it's very cool for them to be able to see around them. Because at night, this is where nocturnal animals such as the cats move about, hunt. And they all know that. Some will be just maybe going down on a knee or just lie on the floor. Some they will stand, some they will be looking out. It's cool that it's not even windy so much, but then when it's too much wind, this is when it gives a lot of chance for predators to move through a lot, because then nobody hear them. Where most of the prey species, they rely on hearing, but sight, smell. If they fail to spot and they fail to hear it and they fail to smell it, and their life is threatened. Lions have actually moved far away south, so maybe Telemite will come along because the buffalo have been seen in Juma moving about since this morning. Maybe they will attract lions because they can smell so far away. Then we're able to check it out that the following day, which is tomorrow. So everybody, we're coming at the end of this evening scam drive for today, and then we all hope that everyone enjoy until we see you again tomorrow at 6:30 Central African time, and we'll hope to see you there tomorrow morning. And